call the City of Kennedale City Council regular meeting to order on August the 17th at 4:30 p.m. in the council chambers at 405 Municipal Drive. Members of the public may access a live feed if they are not able to join in person. The virtual option does not allow for public comment. Let the record reflect that there is a quorum present. Councilmember Mitchell is absent and council place number 4 vacant. At this time, I would like to convene the council into executive session pursuant to section numbers 551.071 and 551.074, and it is 4:31 p.m.
Test. Test. Can you hear now? 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 Can you hear now?
Oh, it's that bottom one.
The bottom one?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think it's already open.
okay.
Oh, it's that bottom.
The bottom one?
Yeah,
Okay,
I think it's already open.
okay. The bottom one?
Yes, I'd like to make a motion. Hold on a second. Okay, just want to make sure that we were, yes, I'd like to make a motion that we um, that we appoint, thank you, that we appoint Austin Degenhart to council place 4.
I'll second.
Okay, I have a motion on the floor and a second. Any discussion?
Thank you.
No discussion. I call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand, please.
Place.
Okay, all in favor. It's a Had to be at least three affirmative votes on the same person. So
Thank you.
no discussion. I call for Councilmember Joplin. Did you want to make a statement?
I did. So everyone that applied, I want to thank you. It was very encouraging to see the applications that we had. And if you're not serving on a board right now, I
You want to make a
really encourage you to apply to get on a board or to apply for a board. We'll be looking at those probably September next month, maybe not serving October. We have a lot going on right now, so it may be a little bit delayed. But usually the boards will start back up in October. Looking at those, so definitely apply if you're not. And for those that are already on boards, going on, thank you for your time, for your service. Usually, thank you very much. Up in October. Looking at those, so definitely.
Okay, thank you. And then just a side note that this item was also listed under regular session. It's item number
For your service.
VF1, consider an appointment to council place number 4.
So definitely.
And just a reminder that this term, it ends in May of 2022. So congratulations
For your service.
VF1, consider, and at this time, Councilman Leslie Galloway will administer the oath.
I think he was outside when that was announced.
May of 2022 session. So congratulations.
Congratulations. your
Congratulations, you
council
have
place
been appointed. Councilman Leslie Galloway will administer the oath.
I think he was outside when.
So if you'd please step forward and meet Leslie, right up front here. Congratulations.
board. Congratulations. your council
Congratulations,
place
you have
board.
been appointed. Councilman Leslie Galloway will administer the oath.
I think he was outside when.
So if you'd please step forward and meet Leslie, right up front here. Congratulations.
Congratulations. your council
Congratulations,
place
you have
board.
been appointed. Councilman Leslie Galloway will administer the oath.
I think he was outside when.
So if you'd please step forward and meet Leslie, right up front here. Congratulations.
Congratulations. your council
Congratulations,
place
you have
board.
been appointed. Councilman Leslie Galloway will administer the oath.
I think he was outside when.
So if you'd please step forward and meet Leslie, right up front here. Congratulations.
Congratulations. your council
Congratulations,
place
you have
board.
been appointed. Councilman Leslie Galloway will administer the oath.
I think he was outside when.
So if you'd please step forward and meet Leslie, right up front here. Congratulations.
Congratulations. your council
Congratulations,
place
you have
board.
been appointed. Councilman Leslie Galloway will administer the oath.
I think he was outside when.
So if you'd please step forward and meet Leslie, right up front here. Congratulations.
Congratulations. your council
Congratulations,
place
you have
board.
been appointed. Councilman Leslie Galloway will administer the oath. Congratulations. I have to say, council had a tough decision because all 5 applicants were very good. Galloway will, please take your place at the dais. And at this time, we will go into the work session because all 5 in recognition of Police Captain Michael Hoagland. Please take your place at the dais. And at this time, we will go into the work session because all 5 in recognition of Police Captain Michael Hoagland.
Love to introduce our captain.
And at this time, we will go into the work session because all 5 in recognition of Police Captain Michael Hoagland.
Love to introduce our captain out and actually got a paycheck for doing it.
And at this
Very grateful for
we
it to
will
be
go
here.
into the work session.
Been a part of our
all
community
5
for a while.
in recognition of
Last
Police
5
Captain
veterans.
Michael Hoagland.
Love to introduce our captain out and actually got a paycheck for doing it.
And at this
Very grateful
we will
to be
go
here.
into the work session.
Been a part of our community
all
now. I want to take a
recognition of
honor
Police
5
Captain
veterans
Michael
for our students. Love to introduce our captain out. I'm gonna let him read it out loud.
And at this
Very grateful
we
to
will
be
go
here.
into the work
Been
session.
a part of our community now. I want to take a
Recognition of
honor
Police
5
Captain
veterans
Michael
for our students. Love to introduce our captain out. I'm gonna read it out loud. Very grateful
we
to
will
be here.
go into the work session.
Been a part of our community now. I want to take a
Recognition of
honor
Police
5
Captain
veterans
Michael
for our students. Love to introduce our captain out. I'm gonna read it out loud. Very grateful to be here.
the work session.
Been a part of our community.
welcome aboard. Thank you, Chief. And then next is Fire Department Badge Pinning Ceremony. Thank you, Chief Brown.
Council, we'll take a few minutes tonight to recognize a couple of our firefighters who've been with us for a year.
Chief Brown.
Have just recently completed their probationary period. And after a year of hard work, recognize it's long nights, studies, been with us, become a part of our fire department team. We'd like to recognize them by and giving them their badge. And also recognize it's long. We're going to have the mayor swear them in part of our fire department team. So tonight we have Cliff Clark and Creed Costin, if y'all come forward. Badge. And also recognize we have Cliff Clark and Creed Costin, if y'all come forward. Badge. And also recognize we have Cliff Clark and Creed Costin, if y'all come forward. Badge. And also recognize Cliff Clark and Creed Costin, if y'all come forward. Badge. And also recognize Cliff Clark and Creed Costin, if y'all come forward. Badge. And also recognize Creed Costin, if y'all come forward. Badge. And also recognize Creed Costin, if y'all come forward. And also recognize
Thank you. Okay, and the next item is discussion of the fiscal year 2021, 2022 proposed budget. Thank you. City Manager, you want to start us off? Okay, and the next item is discussion of the fiscal year 2021, 2022 proposed budget.
Mayor and council, the proposed budget was delivered to each of you yesterday.
Is discussion.
Staff, of course, understands that you've not had sufficient time to digest this document, but tonight's presentation by Finance Director Lakita Sutton will provide you the highlights necessary to begin formulating your input. Staff, of course, on the various aspects before this next meeting, which is scheduled for next Tuesday, August 24th by Finance Director. We also have a tentative meeting scheduled for August 31st to begin. So during the meeting next week, we'll be looking for direction as to whether or not you all would like to hold that meeting. Unless there are any questions specifically for me, go ahead and let Ms. Sutton.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. As Leslie stated, last week was an opportunity to just have you to have a first look at what we think our revenue and our expenditures are going to look like next year. Tonight, we're actually walking through the budget proposal, looking at the tax rate recommendation and seeking your input for the next following few weeks. So let's go right into it. The agenda for today, we're going to look at the whole process, review all of the major funds. We're going to look at assumptions and highlights for fiscal year 22. We're going to take a look at a second look at new program requests. You were able to get a real detailed look at that on last week from the department heads. So we're going to take a look at that and see what the actual recommendation is within the budget. We're going to look at the tax rate impact and talk about next steps in the process. And this calendar here, timeline, just kind of brings us up to date with where we're at now. We know that our process starts back in May-June timeframe. We worked really hard trying to receive all of the budget requests from all of the departments, and You guys know what a task that is, trying to go through and figure out, what we can actually include, what things we can wait on and things like that. And so Leslie and I have been meeting with department heads and kind of walking through that. The next process was, of course, receiving the assessed valuation from the TAD. And we know that this year we're looking at about a 5.7% increase in property valuation. Tonight, we're going to actually walk through the budget proposal, and then there will be some next steps, opportunities for additional meetings before we adopt the budget. So to take a look at our fund structure, and I know we have some newer council members, and so this will kind of help you get acquainted with kind of where the money goes. And these are all of our major funds. We have special revenue funds, EDC fund for our Economic Development Corporation. We'll take a brief look at their budget. They actually have their own budget and their own board. But we will look at the streets fund, general fund, water, sewer, debt service, and capital projects. Okay, so a look at our general fund to begin with. We're going to look at this year first and then move you forward into next year's budget. So our projected operating drawdown right now with the budget amendment, $563,094. Okay, so that is what was in the original budget. I'm sorry, was $309,000. And with the amended budget, the drawdown is $742,000. So if you can remember, when we adopted the budget, we did an amendment. We took a second look at everything. We had a couple of projects we wanted to get done. We included the senior center renovation, as well as implementing step plans for public safety. So that took our drawdown from $309,000 to $742,000. Even though we amended the budget to $742,000 drawdown, we're going to do even better than that. We're actually projecting to only draw it down by $563,000. So that will leave projected reserves in our general fund of about $1.8 million, which represents 2.6% of budgeted annual expenditures. We know that our policy calls for in between 18 and 25%. So we're real pleased that this year we plan to end the year within that. Okay, same thing this current year for the streets fund. We have a projected operating drawdown of $185,000. We kind of talked about our streets fund. Historically, our expenditures are greater than our revenue. As I've discussed before, we have personnel that gets paid out of that fund, and our franchise fees lately just haven't been enough to quite cover all of the expenses. There is some surplus of a fund balance in that fund. So in fund balance for this year, we're looking at $200,978. The water sewer fund. So for fiscal year 2021, this current year, we're looking at a projected operating surplus of $599,000. We are expecting to have a change in that. So if there is a budget amendment later in the year, that fund balance probably won't look that good. The 89.1% is significantly higher than we thought it would be at this time, which is great. But at the same time, we know we have a lot of capital projects pending with our collaboration with City of Arlington. So with the contract and with the transfer of billing, now that City of Arlington, they're also doing our meter reads. They've taken over that whole operation as well. And then on top of that, we're trying to get the water supply from Arlington. So there will be significant capital expenditures associated with that. So, but I just wanted to present what we're kind of looking at right now ahead of those invoices. So what did we look at to try to start preparing this budget? We looked at our prior year revenues and expenses. We always try to go back at least 4 years to look and see, how the city has been performing budget against the actual audit. We are looking at continuing the current service level that we have with even probably just minimal enhancements. We're trying to do that with minimal personnel reduction. As you know, we have a slim crew here, so we're working hard to maintain the same service levels without such a huge increase in expenditure. We are looking at prioritizing council objectives and citizen input. We have had a few meetings, talked about budget a few times, and we took council's input and gave it a lot of consideration in the budget that you're going to see tonight. We, of course, continue to reduce expenditures wherever possible. As you guys know, we were put on a negative outlook from the rating agency, and we would like to improve that. I feel like if they were to come back to us now, they would see quite a bit of an improvement as it stands now. And I'm feeling good about where we're ending the year this year. Engaging collaborative efforts among departments. We have historically worked so closely together as a staff, and we've continued to do that throughout the budget process. Some of the chiefs may not get the new cars they want, but we talk, we collaborate, and we're willing to bounce ideas off each other and to make sacrifices for those more dire needs that we have. Identifying critical new programs and personnel needs. You'll see which programs we actually recommended within this budget. And then we're always trying to find solutions to decrease fund balance drawdown. Okay, we budgeted for fund balance drawdown for a couple years now. And so any way that we can reduce that, we'll want to do that. We want to get to the point eventually where we have more revenue than we do expenditures. So I have 2 pages of these fiscal year 22 assumptions and highlights. There are quite a bit of things going on in this budget, and we also had to take a look at some of the things I presented to you on last week and see what could we possibly compromise on. So these are some of the assumptions that we've made and that go into the development of this proposed budget. Of course, the 5% increase in property valuations, that's an improvement over last year's 3%. We are proposing a steady tax rate of 77 cents. We are responsible for a 10% increase in our healthcare costs, and there was not much we could do about that. As you're aware, healthcare, it's increasing, steadily increasing year by year, and I think we were looking at anywhere between a 10% and a 13%, right, Leslie?
The original bid came in at a 28% increase. So.
Yeah, so we worked it down significantly. So the 10% increase that you see, that's why you see within everybody's personnel budget is more because healthcare is included in that. So not much we could do there. Within this budget, we did include a 2% cost of living, very modest increase for civilian employees, as well as continued step plans for public safety. Okay, we know we've heard the chiefs get up and, with their and not one to lose employees. So we were real excited when we were able to implement them again. So we wanted to present you with an option to continue them if possible. We have limited new program requests. So all of those over 500,000 program requests that you saw last week, we're not including all of that in this budget, of course. Just not able to do that at this time. So when we finished all of that, if you can remember last week, we were looking at about a $1.5 million gap. Okay. So with everything that we were able to do and what I'm about to present you with, we were able to get that down to 901,000. So we found 600,000 somewhere. We heard the council say, go find it. So we went and we scrubbed everything down to see what we could do to get the fund balance to an more acceptable level. This is still not where we should be, you know. If you look at that last bullet point, you see that this puts us at 11.1%. Okay, I didn't want to come in here and present you with anything lower than a two-digit number for projected fund balance. This is better than what we thought it would be, but not quite to where we need it to be. But that's what these meetings are for, and that's why we have a couple others scheduled. We can look at some different scenarios, but right now, with everything that we have in the budget, we're looking at 11.1%. So what did we do to find $600,000 in a week, right? So we took a look at several different things. One of them was how much time is our staff actually spending with water operations? We know that the water operation function went to the city of Arlington. Historically, we have been spending about 7% of certain general fund employees' salaries to help that fund with their administration. So city manager and myself spend quite a bit of time working with the city of Arlington. I can tell you last year when we were going through the switch with Arlington to go from muni-billing, and I spent a lot of time working in water operations. I even had to sometimes spill some of those duties off to my staff. And I know former city managers spent a lot of time working on that contract. So we were able to go in and find a way to increase our transfer from water to the water sewer fund to the general fund. We can substantiate that because of the amount of time that we spend with the city of Arlington. Even though we only have one person in this building, one employee from the city of Arlington who has that presence, staff is continually working with the city of Arlington all the time. So it's more than appropriate for us to use 9% of water sewer revenue to transfer back to the general fund. It's due to the general fund, actually. Increased transfer from the EDC to the general fund. We took a look and saw that I think historically, city manager had done majority of conducting or helping the EDC board with their meetings and kind of negotiating their contracts and still do. But also our economic development position, our director position. That position basically runs those meetings, their boards. And so we felt it appropriate to increase the transfer from the EDC to the general fund. So you will see a slight increase there in your budget book as compared to what we're doing this year. Now, those two are going into the general fund. Your third bullet that I have here is coming out of the general fund. So if you can remember, we talked about trying to work out a solution for our enterprise contract. And that is the contract with our leased vehicles, our leased city vehicles. What was happening was that fund over the past 3 years has really depleted, because that fund was not getting significant or sufficient revenue from contributing funds, meaning the streets fund. The streets fund uses leased vehicles. The water sewer fund was using leased vehicles. The general fund uses lots of leased vehicles. The general fund was using community development vehicles, police vehicles, fire vehicles. They're all under that lease. But every year, the general fund was only contributing about $50,000 to pay for those leases. So where is the money coming from? Well, about 4 years ago, the city obtained some type of loan instrument. I don't know if it was a bank loan or a bond, I'm not sure. And that was great for that year, right? They got a big lump of money, had put it in the fund, and it's been generating off of that money. So Every year, our expenses with enterprise has slightly increased as we've been switching out vehicles. You switch out one vehicle for a newer one, your lease is gonna go up a little bit more. So what's been happening is that fund has just been chipping and chipping and chipping away. And without the contribution, by the end of next year, we will be completely out of money and we will be on the hook for all of these vehicles that we have. So we have to find a solution somewhere. So what we are proposing is to increase the transfer from the general fund to the capital replacement fund. And we'll get into those numbers here. But so that we can sustain that fund. Also, what we're doing with this transfer is paying off 6 vehicles, okay? We have 6 vehicles on our vehicle replacement schedule that are due for renewed leases this year. Do we really want to renew those leases, continue and get in on the hook for another number of years for payments when we don't have a loan instrument or any type of significant plan to carry that out? So the idea with what we're proposing in this budget is to start this year with paying off those vehicles as they become due to renew, so that the next year, those vehicles have fallen off the lease program. So for example, this year we would pay off 6 vehicles. And then next year, 6 vehicles will fall off the leases. And every year, when more vehicles become due for their new lease, we will buy those vehicles and the city will own them. Yes, they're going to need more maintenance. We can budget for additional M&O expenses within those budgets. Probably the biggest one is going to be police and fire. And we're a smaller city, and that's normally how it's done at a smaller city. We have to pinch ourselves along until we can figure out a way, to have leased vehicles. Leased vehicles are very, very expensive. And for a town that is, however many 5 square miles, it just doesn't make a lot of sense to pour money into getting a new car every month for public safety. So that is something that we're looking at doing. Hopefully the council will be able to agree with that plan. Or if we don't agree with that plan, the responsible thing to do would be to figure out a different plan. But some type of plan, we will have to figure it out because it's not fiscally responsible to budget that fund into the negative fund balance. So that's why you see that transfer going from 50,000 to whatever it is, 150, 180 or something like that. So, but to go from 50,000 to 180, you say, wow, that's a big chunk of money there. But we will own 6 cars when we're done, okay? So, and next year, that will go down, 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 okay? Our lease program with Enterprise will eventually dissolve with this idea, if we keep this idea moving forward. Okay? I will get that to you on the next cycle, yeah. Okay, so the next way that we were able to get that gap down from 1.5 million to 900,000 was to delay the start of the planning director role. So we know that we have a couple of vacancies with senior staff, with leaving that role vacant per se until December 1st, we could have significant savings. That's one way that we can have a savings and still keep the function of that department going. I know that the city manager has a plan to have a consultant, I believe, to come in and do some work, or the work will still get done. But if you think about it, we have the vacancy in that department with the director, and we also have a planning vacancy. The planning Is that planner? Okay, the planner role is vacant. We weren't expecting that vacancy, but it's vacant. And as you know, that was also a new position that was added last year. So we would have the funds to, if the city manager decided to put someone in there in a contract role to help us along until December 1st, we would have the funds to do that, but actually delay starting a planning director until December 1st. That gives us a whole 60 days of salary savings. The next one is to delay the start of the city manager until December 1st. If we delay the start of the city manager, actually, in the permanent role until December 1st, that will provide a significant savings for the city manager's office. Because as you know, our projected budget went up more than $200,000 for city manager for the departure of the former city manager. If we delay that, keep the interim city manager, we will have significant savings. We could still get the job done, have the interim city manager role open and filled between now and December 1st. May even give the council more time to review applicants. So just something to think about. But that's a significant savings if we were to do that. The difference also between what we're presenting tonight and what was last week was we saw where we didn't increase our ambulance revenue enough. We've been very conservative with that, and we saw an opportunity to increase that, I think about 35 to 40,000. And you'll see that here in the proposed budget. I'm more than confident that we'll get it. I went back and looked. Chief got a merger con, I think last year. We have a newer company. And each year we've been progressively getting more revenue from our ambulance service. With COVID going on and, kind of more activity there, of course, more revenue is going to be coming in. So I'm more than confident in that. And Chief Brown also asked for 4 breathing apparatus units. He asked for 6 breathing apparatus units last budget cycle. We were able to get, I believe, 2. You asked for 4 and got 2, okay. Asked for 4 and got 2. This year, he's asking for 4 again, and we're asking the council to consider 2. That gives us a little bit more savings. Normally, the fire department, even though they're fully staffed now, normally they do have a couple of vacancies within the year. We don't like that. We don't want them to. If we have savings within the year, that's something that we may be able to revisit. But for this budget, we are recommending 2 breathing apparatus units. Those are basically the savings that we were able to find. So let's look at general fund revenue. Sorry. Okay. So if you look at this revenue, you see our property taxes having an increase because even though we kept the tax rate the same, 77 cents, we had increased valuation. So we gained about $90,000 on our property tax revenue. Sales tax revenue has been doing really good. I figured this may be a time with all the stimulus and what's going on in the economy. We never know what's kind of going to happen with COVID, but lately we've been getting significant sales tax revenue. And I was confident in making that a 4% increase. I'm comfortable with that. So 1.7 million for sales tax. That increased a little bit from the last meeting. So if you look at just all of the line items here, our revenue that we presented last week was 7.8 million. And right now it's 8.0 million. So we were able to find approximately $130,000 in new revenue.
I'm sorry to interrupt you. I'm not entirely sure on this slide. There are not headers above the numbers. But could you
sorry.
tell us what those are?
Yep, I'm so sorry about that. So the far right column Over here is your new proposed. So this is fiscal year 21, 22 proposed. The one right beside that is projected. And then the one right beside that is the amended budget. For 2021. And then the one right beside that is the original budget. So we originally budgeted in revenue 7.3 million. Then we amended the budget to 7.6 million. We think we're actually going to receive 8.1 million. And your fiscal year 22 projected revenue is 8 million. Okay, and then if we move on to the general fund expenditures, we were actually able to decrease that number by about 498,000. We originally presented last week, we thought we were working with about 9.4 million in general fund expenditures. But if you can remember all of that included everything that anybody wanted. So except for the financial software that I wanted, I didn't include that. But that included everything else, so more than 500,000 in new programs. Well, as you can see, we have reduced that to $50,169. And I know that that is a significant decrease. But within your proposed budget, you have the comprehensive list of what everyone asked for. You've heard why they asked for it. So there you have it. We have 2 more meetings to hash it out, but the $50,169 is what we are recommending. So there you have it. That's the difference. We found another 130,000 in revenue and we saved 498,000 in expenditures in the general fund. So let's move on to the next major fund, which is the water sewer fund. We talked about having an ending working capital in the water sewer fund for 84.3% next year in the fiscal year 22 budget. That includes no water sewer rate increase. And as I mentioned, the fund balance will probably decline. We don't see it declining past the 18% that we'd like to see, but it is going to decline significantly within the next year because of the pending capital projects. The water line installation connection is still in progress, and I believe we've been able to receive some water from the city of Arlington so far. So they're working really hard on that. So here's a look at our revenue and expenditures and how they kind of stack up against each other for the budget all the way over to what we're proposing. So we're proposing 4.5 million in revenue and 4.3 million in expenditures. And as you can see from fiscal year 21 amended to the projected, we're going to have savings there because the whole idea of the collaboration with the city of Arlington was to reduce our expenditures eventually. This year, we are realizing a savings. So that's pretty significant from 4.5 million to 3.9 million. And a lot of this due to the fact that we simply don't have water sewer staff anymore. We don't have the utility billing operation, so we don't have the Fathom expense and the muni billing and things like that. We do have that expense that comes from the city of Arlington, but it's significantly better, works better for us. So significant savings there. Even though we're proposing 4.3 million in expenditures next year, we really have no idea what's going to happen with that. We could realize more savings next year, but if we do, it'll probably be because of delayed projects, the same reason that we're experiencing it now. At some point, we're going to get a hit is what I'm saying, and I'm not sure when that's going to happen. The stormwater fund, why does that look like that? Working capital, I don't know why that looks like that. I think that's supposed to be 4,180, right? Wait a minute, let me find it. $418. Oh, 418,000, sorry. So we're looking at an ending capital of $418,091 at the end of the fiscal year. Stormwater's revenue is significantly more than its expenditures at this point. Stormwater utility fund and those expenditures are gonna rely heavily on what projects are being completed within Public Works. And right now, we know with that vacancy, we may have, delayed expenses for now, so. Not much activity there now, but I'm sure once we hire a Public Works Director, we'll see more ramped up activity and expenditures in that fund. So here's another look at it. You get to see what was budgeted all the way through to what we're proposing. The revenue is still more than the expenditures in that fund, so we are adding to the fund balance. The debt service fund, this is just a list of all of our bonds that are outstanding. I believe the council has already received a list of these. The bonds and the bond purposes are going to be within your budget book. You can see where we added the 2021 $6 million certificates of obligation that we plan on getting approved next month. The EDC is going to experience an 8.8% in operating expenditures. We don't project right now that the revenue is going to increase much in the EDC. As you know, we ended the contract or the relationship with Red's Roadhouse, and that was kind of a significant amount that was coming into the EDC. But we also have some other, some sales and things on the table that may bring in some unexpected revenue. But right now, we're not looking at much of a change in revenue as far as a projection. We are going to experience a slight 8.8% increase in expenditures with the projected ending fund balance of 1.2 million. The EDC has progressively, since I've been here, added to its fund balance significantly. So I want to say in the last 2 years, I mean, it may have added 400,000 or so to the fund balance. So it's healthy, and which is another reason that it's able to withstand a more significant contribution to the general fund. EDC does not hire staff, so we're it. And the things that we contribute, the running those meetings, doing their financials and things like that, it's due to the general fund. So we felt comfortable in including that increase from the EDC. The TERS fund, just a slight increase in revenues is what we're going to experience, about $4,000. We do not project any expenditures out of it for now. I think there are some deals that have been presented to the TERS board. Not sure what we're going to do with those or where those are. But as far as budget, we are not expecting expenditures out of the fund. The fund is still actually trying to recover itself and to grow its fund balance back. So you'll see the details of that within your budget book. So as a reminder, these are just the new programs that you heard last week. General Fund, $479,635, and the Streets Fund, $273,630, for a total of $753,000. Those were all of the wants and needs for the departments. These are the ones that we're actually proposing. So we looked at the assignment pay for police. Daryl was able to present that on last week. We included that for $9,800. Converting the part-time admin assistant to full-time. The difference between the part-time and the full-time is going to be about $26,000 with the benefits and everything that's going to be added with the part-time position. Replacement furniture for the fire department. I think Chief said they were falling out of the chairs and everything over there. So we wanted to include some money for that. So actual total general fund, $50,169, not a lot, but you have the comprehensive list. If you want to take a second look at it, that will be fine. The other thing that we included was a zero-turn mower for streets. We don't have a public works department head at this time, but that is something they've been asking for probably for the past 2 to 3 years. And it's something that the department head was adamant that they needed. I know Leslie is in the process of reviewing applications, and we felt like that was something. She's been having conversations as well with folks who are filling interim management positions in that department, and they felt like it was a great need. So we wanted to include that since the streets fund is able to fit it in. Okay, so let's take a look at tax rates. Okay, I presented last week that we completed the tax rate calculation, and we got a no new revenue rate of 75 cents. Okay, so our current rate right now is 77 cents. So our no new revenue rate based on our new valuation is 75 cents. We are proposing for next year to keep the property tax value the same. If we were to look at lowering the tax rate, we're going to be looking about $90,000 per penny. So if we were to go back to the no new revenue rate, lower the tax rate 2 pennies, we're looking at about $180,000 that we're going to have to find someplace else if we want to present somewhat of a fiscally responsible fund balance percentage. Remember, we talked about not having a budget out there that has a fund balance percentage with 1 digit. That can really draw negative attention that we don't want. So in order to maintain all these programs, we're presenting 77 cents. Our INS rate is remaining the same. Next month, we're bringing a $6 million certificate of obligation for the council consideration that we've talked about before. That is included within this debt rate. So we were able to fit that in without any increase in the INS tax rate. Our M&O valuation stays pretty steady at 58%. Let's see, I mentioned the no new revenue rate, the voter approval rate. I did not include it in here. I heard you said you did not want a tax increase. I didn't include that in here, but I'm mentioning the voter approval rate. Our voter approval rate came out to be 78 cents. That is the rate that the council can consider passing without risking any type of rollback or election or anything like that. Again, a penny on the tax rate is going to bring about $90,000 in revenue. So I didn't put it in this presentation, but that's what that extra penny could do for the budget. So let's kind of look at the tax rate impact and carry it all the way down from the tax rate to the fund balance as a percentage of expenditures. If we're looking at what we have now, our amended budget, we're looking at a 77-cent tax rate with the net change in fund balance of a drawdown of $742,000. That lands us at 20.3%, which we talked about. We went and we found money. We had savings. We had CARES funding. We had some pretty one-hit wonders that happened that helped us to get there. And then for next year, we're looking at fiscal year 22, keeping the 77 cents with the drawdown of $901,000 with the ending fund balance percentage of 11.1%. So you can kind of see how the days in reserve change based on how much money you're drawing down out of the fund balance. Okay, so what's next? We have an opportunity to have 2 additional meetings. If you like what you see tonight, we'll just go and adopt that. No need for 2 more meetings, but that's probably not going to happen. We have an opportunity to have 2 more meetings to kind of hash it out, let you digest it, let you look at the program list, let you think about the tax rate scenarios, and we can have 2 additional meetings on the 24th and the 31st. So we have that available. On the 15th, we need to have our public hearings, and that is a statutory requirement. Public hearing on the proposed budget and tax rate. We only need 1 hearing on the tax rate, and we're going to do both of those that evening. Let's see, and then on the 21st, the actual budget adoption and hearing the 6 million certificate of obligation debt. And that is the end of the budget proposal presentation, and I'd be happy to answer any questions that you have.
Thank you, Lakita. Okay, we'll start down on this end. Jan, if you want to address your questions.
First of all, just good job. Really, Debbie, good job. You guys did a great job. I know that you were, I have a little bit of a funny story to tell. This was, our budget book was delivered to me last night at 10 o'clock. I got a knock on the door, and thankfully I was still dressed, and my husband looked at me. I don't know, KPD? Like, oh my gosh, what's going on? And, but they were just delivering the budget book. So we literally just got this.
Yeah.
And I knew that told me that you were working really, really hard to get this out. So thank you so much. It's a lot to take in. And I did briefly go over it. I had a little bit of time today, and I briefly went over it. I definitely need more time to digest it. I like the ideas that you've come up with. So for right now, what I have is I want to wait and look at this and then come up with some questions. But I did want to tell you, I like the ideas. I have a lot of questions about the enterprise, the lease car.
Sure.
And also wondering if we can put some of those cars in the CO. That was something that came up at our last meeting. Is that even a possibility that we can put any of those cars in the CO?
I am not 100% sure. Let me get with bond counsel. I don't believe so, though. That bond, as far as I know, it had already been structured, and you cannot fit a police vehicle in with the structuring of the type of vehicles that they have in there because they have different amortization schedules.
Right.
But let me check with Mark, and we can, whatever we find out, we can shoot an email out to the whole council.
Do you know also the $2 million tax note? Do you know if that's something? I can't remember exactly how it was written. I think it may have been covering maybe the fire engine. I don't.
No.
Is there anything in
the
that?
fire engine is a part of the 6 million. There isn't anything in the 2018 or 2019 tax note that you can do with vehicles.
It would help. Okay. All right. That's all I have. I don't have any questions for right now.
Okay, thank you.
I had some questions. Again, talking about the vehicles, it was my understanding from last week that he was saying that they wanted to purchase new vehicles. But are you saying that all the police vehicles are actually on leases?
They're on leases.
So are we counting that amount twice in the budget?
We are not. So the amount that you see in the budget actually pays off 6 vehicles, and it continues the lease of the remaining vehicles that are not up for renewal.
So how many vehicles total are being leased right now?
Debbie?
And how many of those are police vehicles?
About half.
And so of the 6 vehicles you intend to pay off, how many of those would be police vehicles?
2.
Okay, and so that would be factored into the payment, okay.
Yes, that will be factored into the future payment.
And then as far as all the budget for personnel, I guess I have a question about the STEP plan. Where are we at? Like, are we up to date on the STEP plan? Is that factored in here?
That is factored in here. When we re-implemented them, they got us to, is it 90%, Leslie, or 100? But whatever it got us to, it was from a 2-year-old plan. It was a 2-year-old evaluation. Was it 90 or 100?
I believe it's 90.
Yeah. So we were at, what it did was got us up to 90% of market, of the 2019 market. And we're continuing that with this budget.
And then I did have a question about the stormwater. I noticed on one of the slides, it appears that the expenditures for stormwater went up 50,000. And I was wondering if you could let us know what that is.
Looks like it's engineering services. So I would have to get that detail for you because that came from the department itself. Most likely it's for the contract with Shield Engineering.
And then I did have one more question, I hope, just about when we were talking about the EDC, the increase of 8.8% in operating expenditures. And I was trying to factor that in with what you were saying as far as, make sure I understood this correctly.
With the admin charge to the general fund?
Right. So are we having some income going one way and then expenditures going the other way?
Look at it like this. Look at it as if the EDC is asking the general fund to borrow their employees, for example, because the EDC does not hire anybody. So if I do their financials, Leslie runs their meetings, Economic Development Director does their boards and things like that, works their contracts out for them. So what we're doing with this budget is saying, hey, our pay is not enough to cover what we're working on over there. So if you look on that page for the EDC, look behind that tab, you will see the admin charge going from 116,000 to 145,000. And that just helps cover some of those salaries in the general fund and the work that we do for the EDC.
Okay, so what was showing on this general fund increase in the transfer from EDC to the general fund, that is essentially the same line
That is
item?
that.
Okay,
Yes.
thank you. Those, no other questions.
James, we'll go down to you.
Just a couple of questions really quickly. Again, great presentation. Thank you very much for that. Reducing expenditures wherever possible. You said we received a negative outlook. When was that from S&P?
That was in November of 2019.
And it has not been reviewed since.
It has not been reviewed since. They told us we were up for review in 18 months. They haven't been back yet.
I was gonna say, it's been past 18 months.
It's been past 18 months, but I'm actually happy that they're giving us an opportunity to recover because we're looking up a lot better year by year, so.
Okay. Also on the general fund revenues, just 2 really quick bullet points there on the grants and contributions, 217,32 down, or I'm sorry, 217,328 down to 46,000. Why such drop?
It's probably not going to be a drop. I didn't want to include grants that we've applied for because we don't know if we're going to get them. Normally what happens is the fire department or the police department will apply for a certain certain grant. But what happens is whatever money we get is a wash because whatever they receive in the revenue, we increase their expenditure line items. So it kind of washes itself out.
Okay. Also on the intergovernmental, there's a $100,000 increase. What's that for?
Probably insurance. Yes,
Of course.
insurance.
That's one thing. One last question. There it is. On the tax rate impact page,
Okay.
with the drawdown of 901,329 down to 1.89 million, how many days in reserve does that leave us?
It leaves us 24,000 average, well, that's average daily expense. I don't have the days in reserve on here. I'm sorry.
Because I know last budget, it was somewhere in the high, almost 100, but I want to say up in the 80s and 70s, because if that drawdown is going to leave us a little bit lower, I
Yeah.
would like to know the exact amount of dates that the government can function
Okay.
without having additional
Actually,
revenue.
it's in your budget book. So that drawdown of 901,000 is going to leave us with 40 days in reserve.
Ooh,
Whereas ending this budget year, we're looking at 79 days in reserve.
yeah, that's quite a dramatic decrease.
It's a drop, you know. It's a drop. We talked about, you know, the services that we want to provide and tax rate, you know, that the council would like to see, and at the same time, trying to provide those level of services. So, you know, we went from 1.5 to 900,000. So,
Yeah, that's
Yeah.
$600,000 savings somewhere. But thank you very much.
sure.
Councilmember Degenhardt? I just have a comment on the delay of the start date for the planning director and the city manager.
Yeah.
Those were some good options to put out there, thinking outside the box.
Yeah.
As long as, you know, Leslie had stated something about a consultant firm, is that?
Yes, a consultant firm. And we did speak about that and you want to?
I sent the contract to Drew this afternoon and asked him to review it. I think we'll have somebody by the end of this week as a consultant engaged for BOA and PNC. And I've also asked them if they can also provide someone that's more of an intern status to help Lindy with processing permits and things on a daily basis.
So, yeah,
That's good because we need someone obviously in there
absolutely.
as possible.
And we, Mayor, when we talked about this, we were like, whoa, I don't know. But when we looked at the budget and the personnel budget within that department, the amount of hours that the consultant may work is not going to add up to that salary. And then in addition to that, when the planner departed, that freed up more money as well. And we don't know when we'll fill that because we'll probably fill the director position first and let them hire a planner. So that's probably going to be extended out even further. So I feel confident that even though we're delaying the start of the actual director for 2 months, we will still be able to utilize the consultant to get the job done.
Right. And as far as the other position for the city manager, that's something that council will need to discuss, and that is on our executive session tonight.
Yeah.
That's a long process,
Yeah.
obviously, and it can't be done near as quick as the other positions, but that's another position that I feel we need in there as soon as we can. And I don't know about waiting till December 1,
Yeah.
so I'm not sure what that would look like, the impact of it.
Yes, definitely understand. But keep in mind, as you have the discussion about that, there is a difference between the interim city manager salary and what you would hire in a city manager, a permanent city manager to make. So you have options there, you know. You have salary ranges there in that interim role. So, you know, we can take advantage of that for 60 days. And who knows, it may take you that long to look at resumes. Hopefully not, but however many days that position is open is a savings.
Okay. I guess one more question to Rosie. Do we have any speaker forms for this item? None. Okay. Does council have any other comments? No? Leslie, do you have anything to add?
Just that, all of the items that were proposed for inclusion, obviously have merit. These were hard decisions that Lakita and I made together, and we look forward to council input on what you would suggest including or removing. So, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay, and before we get started on the regular session, just want to make a note that during call to order, that's the point in time in the meeting where it states on the agenda that all the requests to speak forms should be turned in. I know that that's hasn't been done all the time in the past, but if we're going to have a rule, we need to try to adhere to it. It's not to block anyone's wishing to speak. It's just to try to maintain some order. Be assured that you will be heard. If you can't make it here on time for a meeting, whatever time it's posted, 4:30, this one was rather early. So that's why I was asking now if we had any other forms. If you can't be here at 4:30 or 5:30 or 7 o'clock, whatever the posted time of the meeting, you can always contact the city secretary for a form to turn it into her beforehand so that when you do arrive at the meeting, provided that that agenda item has not been already discussed, then you can speak. And I guess I need to confirm that with Drew. If we've already spoken on an agenda item and there was a speaker request form turned in late, or the person didn't arrive here till late, would they still have the opportunity to speak?
Well, that would be up to the mayor and the council. So
Okay.
the Kennedale is actually adopted by resolution policy on when you're supposed to submit your speaker cards.
Okay,
And for decision items, you are supposed to submit it before the meeting starts.
before the meeting starts.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, let's get started on the regular session then. May I have a roll call, please?
Mayor Linda Rhodes,
Present.
Councilmember Jan Joplin,
Here.
Gary Mitchell is absent, Julie Jacobson,
Present.
Andrew Dagenhart.
Austin,
Oh, Austin, I'm sorry.
quite all right, present.
Oops, Austin. You're here. James Connor.
Here.
Okay, thank you. And now we'll have Councilmember Jan Joplin to give the invocation and pledges of allegiance. If we'd all rise.
So much going on in this world. Our prayers just go out to the Middle East and all the people over there. Just ask that you protect the innocent, Lord, and so much going on within our country and with our state, within our community. And I just ask that you just give all of the leaders wisdom and discernment as they make these difficult decisions. And some of them even, Lord, is life and death decisions, and just help us in all those decisions that we made. We have all of our children, our staff, and our teachers going back to school. I just ask that you protect them, Lord God, and protect our teachers, give them wisdom and guidance, support them, meet their needs, Lord. Meet the children, Lord, I'm just thankful that they're back in school. I just hope and pray that there's protection there, that they feel glad to stay in school with their friends and their teachers. It's so important. I just thank you, Lord. I just ask that you would take care of that. And thank you for this community that we live in, for the leaders, thank you for everyone who stepped up, even if they're not up here on a board. Each person is important in their own way. Thank you for each person. Allegiance to the flag of the United States of America, and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Texas flag, pledge allegiance to the one and indivisible,
Okay. Visitor and citizen forum, we have one that requests to speak, and that's Sarah Johnson.
There you go. Sorry about that. I'm here tonight because it's be our third annual turkey drive, and want to encourage everyone to be a part of that. Our first year we did 80 turkeys. Last year we did 235 turkeys and meals, and we need all the community support and help to make this a success again, because as far as I know, there's probably going to be another round of the pandemic with the new strand, and it looks like that there's lots of needs in our community. Thursday, I did over 57 boxes. We had 57 senior families that needed help just Thursday. So it's getting where the kids are back in school and they need that extra money because of all the school supplies and, getting ready for school. So they're going to need extra groceries, and just contact me and I can tell you how we're going to do the turkey drive. Another thing is our seniors really, really want the center open. Okay. I've tried to tell them, like I said, I've given, volunteered. If we want to keep doing the bingo and dominoes just for temporarily, if y'all will waive the fees, I'll do it at the community center. But they need some kind of activity before we get closed down again. It's important for seniors to have that fellowship with other seniors in their community. They don't have anything at the senior living where they can do anything at. And I've had several volunteers that will pitch in until y'all get something done in place for the seniors, but it needs to be open. The building is just sitting there idle and it can be used. And that's all I have to say.
Thank you. Okay, now under reports and announcements, updates from the city council. Councilmember Connor.
No updates.
Thank you. Councilmember Dagenhart.
No updates.
No updates.
And Jan.
Always have something to say. The National Night Out sponsored by KPD and the firemen was really good, and thank you for doing that. We had our first budget meeting last week, but it was what I would consider the fully leaded. And then tonight was, what they came back with a recommendation, and then we'll look at that for the next meeting. I did want to mention that the Kennedale, there's a Citizen Police Academy. And the deadline for applying for that is this Friday. And if you have any questions, contact Officer Starling, correct? So that's that. And then the other thing that was so exciting was the biggest steam train in the world came through Kennedale this Sunday. And it was really, it was exciting. And I'm not really a train person, but I was there and it was very exciting. It gave me chill bumps. It really did when it came through. So that was a lot of fun. And thank you for all the citizens that are chipping in. And Lori, you're baking cupcakes like crazy. And Sarah was there with her group to help with food on the National Night Out. And Lori, everything that you do, and Jeff, and, I see Joe's here. And I just thank everyone for everything that they're doing.
Okay, and as far as reports for me, I attended the National Night Out as well, and I thought it was a good start. I'm glad that we're doing that now. That's a good move to show community. And then also attended the Tarrant County Mayor's Council. They used to meet every month, but now they've changed that. I don't know if it was due to COVID or what, but they do it every other month. And I know it's important for mayors to attend that, or their designee, because that's how they base their monies that they give to the city through the CDBG projects. Also had a meeting with the ISD superintendent, and that went very well. These were our attempts for a better communication between the two entities. We both have our own priorities, but we all have the same community. So, we want to try to have those lines of communication open. It was tossed around how to meet on a semi-continual basis, and it was ruled out to have the full boards meet at this time. Right now, we're just both so busy on our different projects and that we've got so much to, us for right now with our budget and tax rate. But we do want to try to meet starting in October sometime with the superintendent and the ISD president and myself or whomever is mayor at the time, and then the city manager. Those 4 people. And in that way, we can just keep each other abreast of upcoming developments, road closures, community events, just whatever is on our mind that we think the other entity would benefit from knowing. Maybe meet twice a year and on an as-needed basis. It's nothing real big, just informal and just to, like I said, keep the lines of communication open. Also, on September 11th, the fire department, Chief Brown is taking care of our Day of Remembrance. This is the 20th year anniversary. And at 8:46 a.m. on that Saturday, there will be an event that he is taking care of. And there will be a proclamation. I'm not going to read the proclamation tonight, but I'm going to, just the very last paragraph where it gives more information, that September 11th is a day of remembrance in the city of Kennedale, and invite the community to join us at the 9/11 Memorial in Town Center Park at 8:46 a.m. on that date to remember those lives that were affected by these acts of terrorism 20 years ago. Also, concert in the park is in October 9th, I believe. Bark in the Park, October 16th. Public Safety Open House is on October 23rd. And Trunk or Treat and Pumpkin Palooza is October 30th, provided that we don't have some big outbreak again, I'm hoping. And that's all the updates I have, Leslie.
Right. My first thing I'd like to mention is just the current upswing that we've had in COVID-19 cases. The Tarrant County Public Health Dashboard is showing that in our zip code, we've had 82 cases in the last 30 days. So that's why we've put up the extra signage tonight. And we'd just like to encourage the public, even if you are vaccinated, to consider wearing your mask, which none of us up here are doing. So, we understand. But we're all urged to wear our mask, practice social distancing, and engage in our hand washing and sanitation. And related to that, staff had tentatively set September 8th as the reopening date of the senior center, because that would coincide with National Senior Center Month. And so we thought that'd be a great moment to kind of welcome the seniors back. So right now what we're doing is kind of evaluating what safety protocols are going to be necessary to go ahead with that, and what events might trigger certain reactions, including the closing of the center again. So we just want to be sure that we're ready to respond to anything that might happen once we do reopen. We do know that our seniors are anxious to return though, and we're going to do everything we can to make sure that happens as soon as possible. And regarding staffing, I already mentioned that we've engaged a consultant, and then I am planning to do kind of a panel interview along with the current directors for the three director positions we have open right now next week. So hopefully we will have some significant updates on staffing at the next meeting. And then I'd also like to thank Dawn Brinson for all of her help through this program of getting our benefits negotiated, because she has stepped in our lack of a HR director and done an excellent job with her firm getting us negotiated down from 28% starting point. So we appreciate all her help, and she's here tonight to do that presentation. Let's see. Most of the events have been discussed. I will say that if you want more information about the Citizens Police Academy, there's an image on the front page of the website that will link you to the page that has the information and the application form. So please check that out. And then finally, our summer reading club program just wrapped up at the end of July. They had 155 registered participants who read a total of 120,438 minutes. Abby Lopez was the top reader overall. So congratulations to Amanda for another great, successful program with summer reading this year. That's all I have unless council has specific questions.
Okay, thank you. Lakita for finance reports.
Mayor and council, I don't have any particular highlights tonight. We are tracking well. Your page one is going to tell you your percentages for where we are on the 5 major funds, and then you'll find your detail in the back. I only wanted to make one comment, a correction that was from last meeting. Yeah. Okay, last meeting, on page 3, we had tracked a franchise fee for cable that should have been a franchise fee for electricity. So you see that the franchise fee budget for electricity is $312,000. Well, last month it showed that we had received $90,000 in the cable one, which would have put us way over. So that was corrected. And so now you see more appropriate levels for electricity. We're at 75%, and for cable, we are at 21%. And those payments are received intermittently throughout the year. So just want to mention that correction. I can take any questions if there are any.
Does council have any questions? No? Yes. Okay, if you see something on there, I'm sure that you can contact her later and she can answer.
Yes.
Thank you. Appreciate it. Okay, the next item is the consent agenda. Just a quick note on approval of the minutes from the June 15th regular meeting. There was one correction, just a minor spelling, and then also the approval of the minutes from the July 20th regular meeting. There was a reference for Mr. Connor's place number. It said 4, it should be 5, and then also there was a page where it had the motion listed twice on page 5, and those items have been corrected by Leslie, but I did want to point those out. So then whomever makes the motion, they need to probably include that in their motion. Okay, so consent agenda. Does any council person want an item removed from the consent agenda?
I would like to discuss briefly item 6.
Item 6.
Okay.
Are there any other items? Okay, we'll need a motion to do that.
Did you want to discuss or remove it?
No, I'm having trouble understanding the documentation, and I'm hoping you can just give me like a 2-minute overview of this is what it means.
Okay, go ahead.
Okay. So yes, these do tend to look a lot more complicated than they should. An RRM filing is basically a utility company's notice of intent that they're gonna increase rates. And then cities are able to negotiate on behalf of the ratepayers within their community. Because smaller cities don't really have the resources to do that, they form these steering committees in which a single legal counsel negotiates on behalf of the group of cities. So Lloyd Gosselink is who handles this ACSC. And so they have negotiated what you would be doing by accepting this resolution would be to accept the settlement agreement on the pricing increase, which they estimate will be for an average residential rate, $1.28 on a monthly basis, and commercial $4.03 on a monthly basis. So.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Okay. Call for a motion.
Make a motion to accept the consent agenda with the edits as mentioned by the mayor.
And I'll second.
Okay, any discussion? No, hearing none. I'd have a vote, please. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all in favor. Next item, items for individual consideration is item number 1, we've already addressed. It was consider an appointment to City Council Place 4. Item number 2, consider appointment of a mayor pro tem. Do I have a motion?
I'll make a motion that Julie Jacobson is mayor pro tem.
Do I have a second?
I'd like to make a motion that Jan Joplin be mayor pro tem.
Okay, well, the first motion died due to lack of second. So would you like to have your motion remain? Yes. Okay, do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, any discussion? Okay, call for a vote. All those in favor, please raise your hand. Okay, all opposed, raise your hand. Abstain, raise your hand. Okay, motion passes 3-0-1. Ms. Joplin is the mayor pro tem. Okay. Discuss and consider approval of bid award for health, dental, life, and accidental death and dismemberment, AD&D, and voluntary life insurances, and authorize the interim city manager to sign the agreements. Leslie?
Mayor and council, as I mentioned during my updates, Don Brinson is the owner of Brinson Benefits, and they help us with our benefits. They're our consulting agency that negotiates for us each year. Don has been very gracious and stepped in to personally be here tonight to go over the bids that we've received. So I think you have the top 3. Is that right? Okay.
I do have those, and just because the small fonts, sometimes bigger paper's easier. So I've got those.
Thank you.
I know it's in your packet already, but it's just easier on big paper. And I don't have to wear my readers. I know it is quite a spreadsheet. I want to start with a history. We maintain storyboards for all of our clients, and we've had the privilege of working with the city since 2009. And I thought it might be helpful for you to see the rate history for health insurance coverage during that time period. And what I think this chart shows and points out to you, not the one with the bars on it, is that, when we look back in time, we see kind of a roller coaster ride of premiums. We see, back in 2009, our employee-only rate was $407, and we look at today, or the current year, and it's $432. So when we look back over time, you can see not every year is a win. And this is one of those that's not going to feel like a win to your council to consider. But you can see when you look at the history that it's not too far off from other times and other years where you've paid more. With that, the big decision before you this evening is really about the health insurance increase. As Leslie mentioned in her comments, we started with a 28% increase proposed from Blue Cross Blue Shield. There are currently 2 medical plans that we give employees the choice of. The first plan is a high deductible health savings account qualified plan. And the second plan has a little bit lower deductible, but it also has copays so that people maybe with larger families or people who don't feel prepared to maybe meet the higher deductible could access copays for primary care visits and those types of things. If you look in the bottom left-hand corner of the big paper I gave you, you'll see that we currently have 39 employees participating in the first plan and 16 who buy up or pay more to be in the second plan because they value those copays. We have a total of 55 employees covered, and many of those cover dependents. When you look at your total invoice budget, that's right above the yellow highlight line. Currently, with your current enrollment, the invoice that comes from Blue Cross Blue Shield for the year is $449,000. Do you see that number? Okay. So I've eliminated the 28% increase because in my opinion, that's off the table. Okay, we went back to Blue Cross Blue Shield and showed them the rest of the market. We administered a sealed bid process and accessed 6 other proposers through that sealed bid process for medical coverage. We took those and narrowed it down to the 3 options you have in front of you this evening based on the work of the committee, which consisted of Leslie and Danielle as well. So the 3 options now, in the second column, you see, what if you renew with Blue Cross at where they are with best and final? That's a 13.62% increase over current. Now, one of the things that was forced and not an option, which probably people will be happy about, is one of your plans is an HMO style plan. The core plan has been an HMO benefit. And what that required of your people was at the beginning of the year, they had to select a primary care physician, and they had to agree that that primary care physician was going to give them referrals to specialists. This was something that the employees have not enjoyed. It's a level of regulation that limits access to specialty care and other providers. And it was forced on us actually 12 months ago by Blue Cross Blue Shield. And they have now completely undone that decision and said, we won't even offer an HMO anymore. Well, unfortunately, when you take away gatekeepers, prices go where? Up. And so the 28% increase, in my opinion, wasn't warranted based on your claims. It's only based on the fact that Blue Cross Blue Shield has taken their HMO, their most cost-effective plan, off the table. Now, we may have decided to leave that plan anyway because we didn't love it, but who loves the 28%? Nobody. So we had to use market pressure and the bid process to have something to negotiate. So after the negotiations, Blue Cross is at 13.62% with their PPO equivalent plan design. So everything else is the same, but there's no more gatekeeper. There's no more referral required to see a specialist. That's the difference. Then we asked the question in alternate 1, hey, what if we are willing to take a little more risk and raise deductibles more and get some premium relief that way? Now, in this proposal, and what I want you to know, many years ago, we began a strategy to distinguish the amount of insurance we want to buy from an insurance company and make that not always the same as the benefits we want our employees to have. So we buy these high deductible plans, but the net effect is we self-insure a part of that deductible so that our employees have $2,800 as their deductible outlay. And the back portion of this $6,650 is being self-insured by a fund the city of Kennedale has established. You take a portion of your premium savings, you put it into your own nest egg and help employees buy down that deductible through a small self-insured plan. So it would be our recommendation, if you consider the savings potential, well, it's not really savings, but a lesser increase to 9.84, we're having to increase that core plan deductible to $6,900. And it would be our recommendation that we continue to keep the employees' deductible outlay at $2,800. So we would put a little more money into that health reimbursement arrangement. If it's okay with you. The buy-up plan benefits don't change. Now, we didn't have a lot of competition come with a lower rate. We used what we had, but we did have a comparable proposal to consider from United Healthcare. I'm not saying this is the year to change carriers, because as you can see with United Healthcare, their best and final is not much different than if we renew with Blue Cross Blue Shield. But their best and final is at 9% increase over current. And their plan design is slightly different. So you can see that you could avoid increasing the deductible to $6,900 if you went with United Healthcare. They have a $5,000 deductible. The items that we've bolded on the sheet are just differences from your benefit plan now. So if you're wondering why is it bold? Well, it's bold because it's different. Some better, some worse. Now, I've written some handwritten figures on your page because there's an invoice price and then there's the amount that the city pays towards the employee's coverage, not only for employees, but for dependents as well. And this is one thing that your city does about as well as any I've ever seen. You fund generously towards the dependent cost for this medical coverage, so that people can afford to cover their family members. So the budget numbers above the purple line at the very bottom of the page show you that there are various contribution percentages, but for employee-only coverage, your budget, the city's share is $270,000 per year for employees and another $110,000 per year for dependent coverage to bring your total to $381,000. So the city is paying $381,000 of the $449,000 budget amount or invoice amount. If you accept any one of these increases, I've gone ahead and written, there was a formula error that didn't work out. So the numbers I've handwritten on your page would show if you accept renewal in column 2 with no plan changes, the city's budget will increase by $52,000. If you accept the plan design changes, alternate 1 from Blue Cross Blue Shield, the city's budget would increase by $37,000. Or if you decided you wanted to make the move to United Healthcare effective 10/1, then the city's budget would increase by $34,000. I'll pause for questions on that. It's a lot.
Thank you for what you've done. I mean, just looking at this and just hearing about it just now, I mean, I don't have any questions.
Okay.
I would think that the staying with Blue Cross would be the best for the employees. That's just my personal opinion. And not changing them to another provider for the small amount of money. And I would definitely go with the alternate.
Okay, any questions?
I'm confused as which plan is recommended here?
The plan that I think we favor the most is called alternate 1 negotiated, where we would increase the deductible from $6,650 to $6,900.
Okay, thank you.
And then we would make up for that increase by putting the additional funds into our health reimbursement arrangement so that the employees don't see the effect of that deductible going up. Their deductible would still be $2,800. That's what we would recommend. And just so you know, not that I expect you to read the fine print, but on the second page, there's some information that you may want to think about. So in our slush fund, in our health reimbursement arrangement where we reimburse employees, we are currently annualizing reimbursements. They're coming in around $20,595. That's a number just above the gray line. I just want you to know, we told the city to expect $28,000. And so your health reimbursement arrangement is less on an annualized basis than what we expect it to be. And the premium savings is significantly greater than that by buying the higher deductible plan. Right now, in any given year, we expect about we currently have about 4 claimants who actually qualify for the full fund reimbursement over deductible. Okay? And that's been typical for you all. So I have a few other items that will need to be a part of your motion if there are no other questions on the medical.
Oh, I have a couple myself.
Okay, yes.
Medical coverage these days is, it's good to have. However, high deductibles like $6,900, for some people these days who make minimum wage, that's penny pinching.
Yes.
It really is. So for anyone to be saying, a higher deductible plan is great, that's just bonkers to me. But say someone who makes $10 an hour, they work 40 hours a week, $400 a week paycheck. Well, actually about $800 if it's 2 weeks. Then you minus taxes after that. Then you take health insurance. That leaves them approximately what? $500, $550?
Yeah, not enough.
It's not enough. And if someone has a health problem and they go to a doctor, they have to pay out of their pocket until that deductible is met. And that's been my experience. I don't know about you, but I can't afford $6,900.
Correct.
$5,000 one, it's still high, but
It's still high.
I can deal with it. So in my opinion, a higher deductible plan is actually ludicrous. I would actually go with the lower deductible plan to help people and the citizens because it's their health. They need to be able to afford it. We could sit up here and make all these plans all day long. But the fact of the matter is that these people's healths are at risk, and a lower deductible plan is actually a better option for them. Because I don't know about you, but I don't make $150,000 a year.
Absolutely. Points well made, Councilman Connor. So with our health reimbursement arrangement, that $6,900 deductible would be reduced to $2,800 for the employee.
I understand that.
Okay.
But at the same time, is there anything outstanding for the United Healthcare for the lower deductible?
For the 5,000?
Yes.
Yes, we would still propose a health reimbursement arrangement to bring that deductible down to $2,800 max as well.
Okay.
So in all circumstances, we would recommend that we not actually impose the $5,000 or $6,000 or $6,900 deductible on anyone here.
Okay.
Not even their dependents.
And another thing, with both plans, can they choose their own doctor?
With all the plans they can.
Okay,
Yes.
with an HMO, I know you can't, so.
That's correct. Now, they are severely incented to be in network, but I will tell you both networks are very comprehensive in this area.
I know I have United Healthcare, so
yeah,
I'm kind of partial to them, but I did have Blue Cross Blue Shield for a while, but I just, my thing is that the deductibles are higher. I don't like that option. Can they visit any pharmacy they want for their medical, for their prescriptions?
No, unfortunately, they can't. This is a trend, but already with Blue Cross Blue Shield, CVS has not been an option to utilize in the last several years. And you may know this or not, but CVS has an ownership stake in Aetna. And so we're now seeing all of the carriers pull away from CVS because they consider them now to be a competitor and not a vendor. And so even as you look over with United Healthcare, new this year, they're stating in their plans that their patients can no longer go to CVS as well.
Wow. All right.
So that's the latest and greatest.
What are the co-pays between Blue Cross Blue Shield and United? Or is that listed here?
Yes, it is. Under the bright orange line, about a third of the way down the page, currently for primary care, in the core plan, everything is subject to deductible and coinsurance. So nothing is paid out of that plan. It's a high deductible health savings account qualified until the deductible is met. And then it's 100%.
And what if if I was working for the city, and I could not participate towards that health savings account reimbursement type thing, would I still be subject to the 6,900?
No. So in all circumstances, you would be reimbursed above 2,800.
Okay. Thank you.
You're welcome. And then for the buy-up plan, the copays vary from $10, $45, $90, $75. So it just depends. Are you going for urgent care or primary care or specialist care or prescriptions?
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Councilmember Degenhart.
On page 2, I'm looking at the proposed 3 plan, and I'm seeing that they have a 70% co-insurance versus Blue Cross Blue Shield's 100% co-insurance. Can you talk me through that a little bit?
Absolutely. It was actually the concern of the committee reviewing it as well. We have been accustomed to a very clean style of plan design, one and done. It's kind of like car insurance. You meet your deductible and then it pays. And that's been the simplicity of 100% co-insurance. With United Healthcare, they don't make that option available at all. So once the $5,000 deductible would be met, then the plan would pay 70% and you, the insured, would pay 30% until you hit your out-of-pocket limit of $6,350. So co-insurance would be something new we would need to educate on. If we move to that United Healthcare plan, it was a concern of our group. I'm not saying it's the end of the world to have more cost sharing. It's just not simple and clean. Really, the driver of any plan is going to be the out-of-pocket maximum. It's very difficult for us to educate on buying just an out-of-pocket limit. It is a challenge because we all are tuned to deductibles. But when I look across this page, you can see the lowest out-of-pocket is $6,650. Now, granted, the health reimbursement is paying the person back. So their true out-of-pocket in that core plan today is $2,800. Then they have 100% coverage for the rest of the year. If they buy up to the next plan, we don't do the same concept all the way like we do in that first plan. We're trying to drive people to that lowest cost plan. So we don't do a health reimbursement arrangement. We think people buy up to the next plan because they want access to copays, first dollar benefits, and they're betting that they won't need to go to the hospital and they won't meet any part of their deductible. They're betting they may lose the bet because the lowest out of pocket, the way we've designed it, is also the lowest premium plan. And so if you adopt that same strategy with alternate 1, we would keep that same concept in play. The lowest premium plan will also be a $2,800 100% plan. And then if you value copays and are making a bet you'll never have to meet your deductible, then you're buying up to that richer plan that has all the copays. So that's the difference between the 2 plans.
Any further questions? Okay, thank you.
Okay, I have a few more things. I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
I'll go quickly. They're not in your exhibits, but they're probably in a packet somewhere. But all of the other things we are recommending renew because they're either in the middle of a rate guarantee or there was no renewal increase required this year. And we felt like this would be a year to continue since there were no complaints about the benefits that were in place. So I just need to verbalize what those are. I don't need to tell you budgets, but the benefits that employees have access to, we have dental with Blue Cross Blue Shield, vision with Superior, life insurance and voluntary life insurance coverage with Dearborn, which is a Blue Cross Blue Shield owned company. We have an employee assistance program. We offer Colonial voluntary benefits for cancer and other supplemental coverages. In addition, we recommend that you renew My Telemedicine service, which gives your employees and their entire households direct access at no cost to primary care 24/7 by telephone. There's no change to that proposal as well. COBRA administration, no change. And then we have technology, which actually is going to really help you right now, called Employee Navigator, that brings some benefits, extends to the city at no cost, so that we can automate open enrollment and election changes throughout the year as we add and drop people from the plans, so that it's one transaction for the city, firing in all the directions to all the vendors. So it would be our recommendation that we renew and authorize the interim city manager to sign and execute any paperwork necessary for that. In addition to, I forgot, Benefit Bucks, which administers your health reimbursement arrangement, which is an administrative function. So there are no changes to budget on any of those items. They were renewed with no, or they are renewable with no change to budget. So the only budget change is related to medical and your health reimbursement arrangement, which would be increased proportionately so that your employees could continue to have a $2,800 deductible.
Okay, any questions? No? Do you have anything additional?
I do not.
Okay, thank you so much. I
Thank
appreciate
you. My pleasure.
Leslie, do you have anything else to add, maybe about the exact option that's being proposed and included in the proposed budget?
Right, and the proposed budget did include the 10% increase in health insurance costs, so it would cover either alternate one or proposed three negotiated, sorry, alternate one negotiated or proposed three negotiated. Because it would provide a little bit more consistency, we are recommending the Blue Cross Blue Shield, just so people can, you know, continue with the network they already understand. So.
Okay, thank you. With that, I'd like to open the floor for a motion.
I'll make a motion for the approval of the bid award for health, dental, life and accidental death and dismemberment and voluntary life insurance and authorize the interim city manager to sign the agreement.
Okay, for the alternate one or which position?
For the alternate one.
Okay. Have a motion. Do I have a second? Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, unanimous. Motion passed. Thank you. Okay, it's been requested that we have a short break, so it is, let's wait, at 8 o'clock. and we're on agenda item for consideration of approval of a renewal and amendment of an interlocal agreement with the city of Fort Worth for rabies control services. Chief Daryl Hull, do you have anything to add? Oh, that's okay. That's okay. It's for the interlocal agreement with the city of Fort Worth for the rabies control services. Do you have anything you want to add?
No, actually, hopefully we'll be able to split it between Fort Worth and Everett. They're still a little bit smaller. They have. We might not be able to.
Okay.
I have one question. Can you think of any disadvantages of having an agreement with two different cities?
It's just for us.
Okay.
Did you state that the, oh, sorry, yeah, sorry. Did you state, I think it was last week that Everman was building another site? Is that correct?
They're not building a new shelter.
Okay. Fort Worth, is it a kill shelter? It's both of them are no kill, both Everman and Fort Worth? Okay, I'm good. Then the humane thing would be out. Okay.
Okay, no additional comments. Thank you. Okay, I'll open the floor for a motion.
I'll make a motion to renew and amend the interlocal agreement with the city of Fort Worth for rabies control services.
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? Hearing none, open the floor for a vote. Raise your hand in favor. Okay, thank you. Unanimous. Motion approved. And the next item is to discuss and consider approval of a resolution of the city council by approving the placement of a proposal on the September 21, 2021 City Council public meeting agenda to adopt a 2021 tax rate that may exceed the lower of the voter approval rate or the no new revenue tax rate, recording a city council vote for a proposed tax rate and calling a public hearing for September 15th. Lakita, this has your name on it.
Lakita, do you want to discuss or would you rather I discuss? It's up to you.
Okay. Either one.
I didn't want to put you on the spot if you weren't prepared for that one.
This is more of a statutory requirement. As you're aware, our voter approval rate came in at 78 cents, which is going to be the ceiling for what you would agree to vote on without risking rollback election. Going forward, if we, for example, do decide to go with the 77 cents, even though it's not an increase in the tax rate, it is still a tax increase because we are going to be drawing in more revenue than we did the prior year. So this is more of a statutory requirement that allows us to move forward with the other requirements that will be the public hearings and such that we'll be doing the next few weeks. So do you have any questions about that? Or Drew, did I miss anything?
Just to give background, with the changes in SB2 a couple years ago, the tax code requires you to give notice of the tax rate public hearing, and the comptroller is charged with providing those forms. You have to use their forms. The tax code implies that you're supposed to adopt a proposed tax rate. It's not your final tax rate because the proposed tax rate goes on the comptroller form. Now, there was some oversight by the legislature because they didn't actually require you to approve a proposed tax rate. Most cities do it that way because, I think that was the intent of the legislature. So this resolution does three things. It sets a hearing for September 15th. It puts an item on the agenda for September 21st to consider the tax rate. It also has a requirement for a record vote for the proposed rate. I put in there the voter approval rate just because that's your ceiling. So when you take a vote on that proposed rate, it mirrors what's going to be on the comptroller's form. So on the comptroller's form, we have to list the council members that voted for, against, those that were present and not voting, and those that were absent. So Councilmember Mitchell was absent, so he's going to go under the absent, but just because we have it listed in this resolution as the voter approval rate, you can vote against it, or you can say you're not voting at all. It's something I think we need to be doing to fill out the comptroller's form. And just because it's the voter approval rate in the resolution.
Sorry. I did have a question. The voter approval rate, when was that voted for? Did I miss that vote?
Well, the voter approval rate is just what it is.
Okay, I'm sorry, I'm confused on that.
It's just a calculation.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, and this doesn't commit any of you to any specific rate other than setting a ceiling, so.
Okay, I was just confused as like, I vote in every election. Did I miss that one? Thank you.
Just the terminology. Anything else?
Drew, can I just summarize for my own head?
Yes.
So if I vote, because I was thinking this was just kind of like what you said, it's just protocol, something that we have to vote on just to get it on the ballot on the next for the 15th and the 21st. But we actually are voting on the ceiling, the voter approval rate of the 7-8. Is that correct, what we're doing tonight?
That's what's listed in the
Okay,
resolution.
so
Yes.
if there's a vote no, you're just voting no against this rate. Is that correct?
The
Or are
proposed
you
rate.
voting against putting it on the next two?
No, it'll be on moving forward to the next meetings. This is just to satisfy the statutory requirement, the intent that there be a record vote on the proposed tax rate.
Okay, and so rather than using the proposed that Lakita gave us, you just calculated the ceiling and put 7-8.
I just put that in there. Y'all could change that and go with the proposed with what's in the budget.
Okay, so we could just, when we make the motion, put that in there?
I would do that before, then we could take a record vote on the amended proposed rate.
Drew, I have a question now.
Yeah.
So does that mean that, because we publish the proposed budget, and the proposed budget as published is going to list 77 cents. That is the city manager's proposal. Are we okay to still list that as 77 cents, even though you set this document as 78?
In my opinion, yes.
Okay.
But if the council's in agreement with that, we can go with the proposed rate.
Okay.
It's in the budget. And I take that position because the legislature hasn't actually expressly required you to even do this.
Right. Yeah.
It's an oversight. It's confusing. It doesn't make any sense.
Like last year.
Like last year.
Yeah.
Right.
I would suggest, I don't believe the council, based on what I've heard so far, is going to consider the voter approval rate. I don't believe this council is going to consider that. So if we can make the proposed statutory requirement be the 77 cents the city manager's proposed, can we do that?
We can.
Okay. Can we adopt that with that revision?
We can.
Okay. I think that may be what we want to do, since all of our documents are going to reflect the 77 cents.
Any other questions for Lakita?
I have one more question. Not for Lakita, but for Drew. So you're saying we still need this resolution. We would just put in this proposed amount there.
The proposed rate in the budget, yes. What's in the resolution now is the voter approval rate, used to be the rollback rate that would trigger an election. So what's in the proposed rate in the budget in front of you, that's actually lower than the voter approval rate.
Well, so, and I guess the reason I'm confused is because my understanding is we needed this resolution if we were going to raise taxes, but if taxes are going to be the same, we still need a resolution.
I think you still need a resolution because the statute, I think the intent of the statute is that you need to have a vote on a proposed tax rate. It uses the term proposed tax rate and it's not defined. It doesn't say you actually have to adopt one, but for the most part, that's what most cities do.
Okay.
Is they adopt one. It's not binding.
So I believe the revision would be to adopt, to approve this resolution with the change of listing the tax rate at the 0.774085.
Yes, and then the resolution already has the two dates. Should we state that in the motion though as well?
Well, I think we can adopt, we can take a record vote based off the proposed rate in the budget. So you can vote for, you can vote against, or you can say you're not voting. And then once we mark that down, you can just make a motion to approve the resolution. Does that make sense?
So we need a motion to amend the resolution as presented and then a motion to approve the amended resolution? Is that what you?
We can do that. But we need to take a record vote as well.
On both? Or just the second one?
The resolution should be approved on its own. Before we do that, we need to take a record vote.
Okay.
And I don't know if y'all have this in front of you, but there's blanks for how you're going to vote and we're going to put your names in. So then we can put that in the tax forms or the comptroller notices. So.
And we're assuming this record vote is with the 7-7.
Correct.
Okay, the motion should state that. Yes.
So
Okay,
one, we can get a motion to amend the rate and the resolution and have it reflect the proposed rate that's in your budget, your proposed budget. And then we can take a record vote and then we can.
So I'll make a motion to amend the resolution to change the proposed tax or to use the proposed and tax rate for 21-22, changing it to 0.774085.
have a motion on the floor. Do we have a second? Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, call for a record vote. Okay,
Sorry, Drew, that's a question for you. I was thinking,
What was the question?
does it
record
need,
vote this time?
Yeah.
Okay. Jan Joplin?
Well, not this time. This is just to amend the.
Okay, sorry, I misunderstood. Okay, we have a motion and a second. So now let's vote on this item. Show of hands, all in favor? Okay, unanimous. Thank you. Now, do I have a second motion?
A motion for a record vote to approve the resolution as amended.
That's fine. And we can take the record vote now.
Okay, we have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, we have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's take a record vote. Councilmember Joplin?
Yes, for 7-7.
Okay, Councilmember Jacobson?
Yes, as amended.
Councilmember Degenhart?
Yes, as amended.
And Councilmember Connor?
Yes, as amended.
Okay, that's 4 in favor, 4, and 0 against, 1 present and not voting, correct, for the mayor position?
No, you don't vote.
You don't have to list me at all. I get to sign it though. And then 1 is absent, Councilmember Mitchell. Okay, so motion approved.
Now we need a motion to approve the resolution as amended.
Okay,
So I would like to make a motion to approve the resolution as amended.
Have a motion. Do I have a second?
Second.
Okay, I have a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Let's call for a vote. All those in favor, raise your hand. Okay, all unanimous. Okay, thank you. Oh, that's okay. That's always confusing every year. Okay. Now, that was the last regular item. We will need to go back into executive session again. The city council reserves the right to meet in executive session at any time during the meeting pursuant to the below cited sections of the Texas Government Code. We will go into executive session pursuant to section number 551.074, city manager. And the time is 8:18. Okay, we'll reconvene into open session at 8:48 PM. Do I have a motion to adjourn? Second. Motion second. All in favor, raise your hand. Okay, unanimous. Thank you.